Hello, everybody. Welcome back to some more Star Technology. So, things around here have definitely changed a bit since the last time we did a stream. So, we'll have to check that out and go from there. So, otherwise, it looks like everything's going. Want to take a sec here and thank Real Rem Dog for the follow while I was offline. That's always appreciated. So I'll have to return the favor here when I'm done the stream. So, but yeah, I've done a few things here while I've been just kind of putzing around, getting things done. Trying to do a lot of background work. It's a lot of the same things, so just trying to work through that. So we get a couple new high voltage tier machines, all kind of busy doing their jobs. We got couple more MV machines that we've made, so kind of going through all that, whatnot. So I gotta change a couple things around here because some of our fluids are getting to be a little on the full side, like the amount of distilled water we have kicking around here. So that was originally it was all running off of the one distillery in the back that we set up. Yeah, which one? This one right here. Who's currently not doing anything, and it's all running off of that distillery, which you could probably shut that one down, if I'm being honest. Because it's also using this one right here. So it was starting to run out of all the distilled water, so we had to go and tidy all that up, get all that cleaned up. The usual. So things back here have changed. So we've now integrated AE2 into our little crushing, sifting setup, my bobber. Because originally I was making sand a second time here, but I was making too much sand over there. So now it just makes the sand one time, goes into an interface, and then the interface is told, hey, make sure you keep sand on hand, as well as suck up all the sand and clay and all that crap. So that way that this deployer still has sand available to them. So these guys still run, do their jobs. That's about the only thing that's changed there. Our bulk super smelter's just been hanging out here, doing his thing, so I tell him to keep brass and whatnot. So he just does that. So other than that, that hasn't really changed. This guy is next. We're gonna change him around because, again, we're making sand, but just unique to him. So I feel like if we have a clay maker somewhere else, this entire thing can literally get condensed down to this. These blocks, all this can be used somewhere else. But I'm gonna look at like Greg ways to make clay, because I realized afterwards this guy is actually way better at making clay than Create is. And you make clay blocks, which is exactly what we're looking for. So we're gonna do that instead, especially right now because he's literally just sitting here doing nothing. Was making seawater, but we're not doing that no more. So got a couple other things. Got a cobblestone farm. He's kind of hanging out. So eventually, because we're getting cobblestone from there, we have a fair bit of it in the ME system. So I'd like the ME system to control how much cobblestone it's getting and have that be what feeds these guys. And then I want to start changing around and cleaning it up because this takes a ton of horizontal space. Because everything, all the crushing wheels are all laid out flat and everything. So I want to kind of change that around, clean all this stuff up, and then have the ME system control everything. Because right now, like, our biggest problem is we actually cannot keep up on gravel. This stone, like, we're just not making enough cobblestone. So we come down to our gravel barrel. Like, it's always empty, whereas sand and dust and all of that, they're always nice and full. So It's just chugging along doing its thing, but yeah, I just cannot do the gravel. So, the other thing we changed since the last stream is we both fixed and ruined the diamond chest storage, which is great. So a lot of the dusts that we have a lot of in bulk are moved into this wall to reduce the amount that are in there. But we've also been doing a lot more processing of crushed stuff, which you can see here. So I'm going to have to do something with that because we got way too much just random crap in here. Looks like skystone dust is going to be a problem. Sort the inventory and kind of take a look here. I am curious. It's probably all at the top. Yeah, like there's a ton of skystone dust in there. So I think what we'll do is we'll throw him there. And you'll notice already the numbers are going up. It's not because there was a backup in the machine. I actually have a pipe underground. And we'll show that to you. From here. And he's just trying to pull out and put everything he can into the drawer controller right there. So in the event, because the AE2 system doesn't do what Tom's Simple Storage did, where it prioritizes pulling from one and putting into the other. So if all of a sudden, like the skystone dust, we have a bunch of material in here that should be in here, it will try to pick it up and put it all into there. So, but yeah, we got a lot of stuff to go through. Like, we got this, like, different emeralds and stuff we have to go through and process. So we got a lot of crushed that we have to go through. Starting to build up a lot of carbon dust. A lot of Certus quartz, which is so awesome. So, then some of these we're keeping specifically, like the ruby, because I want to start making like ruby slurry because I need titanium. So if I can start getting my hands on some ruby slurry, then we can start getting titanium, which is what we need to get into the next tier of power. Which is why, where is it here? Yeah, right here we get 560 buckets of aqua regia just sitting there hanging out. So, something I want to start looking and working on getting. Getting machines dedicated to making hydrochloric acid. He was making nitric acid for quite a while. So that's part of how we got a bunch of that. So, yeah, there's a couple of them that we're getting that I'm not processing. But right now, our biggest, honest to God, the biggest bottleneck is him. He is just way too frickin' slow. So that's our electric war factory. So I don't, other than making multiple of them, I really don't know how we're going to make him any faster. Because we're already running at EV with this guy. So I can't get him going any faster. So we might have to look at getting higher power for him and going from there. Something I was looking at. We just can't make them yet. Let's see if I can find where they are. Yeah, basically these guys here. These parallel mastery hatches. I wonder if it works for all. Not sure. Something else we've gotten into. As you can see here, we have an essence replicator who's literally just spending his time, or is it here, making inferium essence, which is awesome. So let's go see where he's at. Yeah, we got 1,300 inferium essence in there right now. And we got these guys down here, and yeah, this guy here. He's just sitting there going non-stop, trying to collect all our different essences. So he seems to kind of be the way to go. But eventually I want to start doing stuff like this where we're getting, yeah, these mystical greenhouses they're probably going to be, yeah, they're going to be a bit expensive. But that's fine. I don't know how crazy we're going to get into those right now. Oh. Raw lignite. Wrought iron. Wrought dust. Well, how does that help me get titanium? Yeah, we have to start making a lot of these different fluids. Essence burning. Well, we couldn't even get into that right now if we wanted to. But how does that make titanium? Like, I don't see anywhere in here that makes titanium. Maybe it's through the crushed we can get it. No, it just makes iron. I don't know how that's considered titanium. But maybe... Oh, titanium tetrachloride. Then we mix that. Yeah, and that's how we get some extra titanium. Okay, so that's how we're getting it. Through him. Okay. So eventually we can completely passive titanium, but that's a little bit of ways. So, yeah, today we want to focus a little bit more on doing stuff with this guy. So, he's already running pretty decently quick, but we want to get him going a bit more. Especially when you look here, like we have a good amount of these different base essences. So we can start making a lot of different ones. Like earth, fire, and water makes aluminum essence. And then we can start getting aluminum, yeah, bauxite. Now, a lot of these we can't. Well, some of them we can. It's just how we make all these different fluids and stuff. So we're going to start getting into the applied energistics auto crafting. So a lot of this essence stuff is probably going to go into fueling the applied energistics stuff. So, but the nice thing is, like, that's a good source of lava. Yeah, nether quartz, lead, redstone, amethyst. I know amethyst. Yeah, nether quartz, amethyst, and diamond. In an EV mixer, I'll start getting a Certus quartz essence. And then we can start processing him down in the essence burners. So, we're still gated a bit from mystical agriculture. But I did want to spend a little bit of time with that, working on it today. Part of the reason why I have these guys. So we've already used 2 of them. One of them was used to make an upgrade kit to make the large macerator, because our macerator was basically running non-friggin' stop, this guy, and he just could not keep up. It was just not possible. Because at the time, yeah, for the longest time, we had these guys shut off, which was starting to impact the amount of Certus quartz that we had around here. So, we're starting to do better now. But, yeah, we have to start processing these ores. So, that's kind of our next one. I know we can start getting some, yeah, essence enchanters. So, we might want to look at getting him today, so he can use a parallel hatch. But then we can start making prudentium and tertium, which will get us into some of the nicer seeds and stuff like that. And then once we get one, really, if we want, we can start using like sodium and lithium and crown 4. And it looks like once we make a bit of it, every time I see it, it's always 10 to 10, but then we get the base crown 4 again. So it's literally just mix it back with its base compounds to get back into like this You can see it's 12 crown 4. This is 12 crown 4 with lithium in it, which it's getting from the lithium perchlorate and the sodium. And then it's just a matter of going through, like, we need ethylene glycol, stuff like that. Ethylene oxide, which comes from ethylene and silver oxide dust, which we can already make ethylene. So we'll have to start getting ethanol going again. So we might start with that, just so it's running. Because we got all these farms right now that are making all our wheat. I can't remember what we can... Could make seed oil or bone meal with the seeds. Could look at some greenhouses too. That might not be the worst idea. What do they look like? Cleaning... Cleans as clean room. Okay. Does it require the clean room? Doesn't look like it. But yeah, this... Just a faster overall farm, which is kind of nice. So, wild garden and then tree greenhouse. So we could look at doing stuff like that. Starting to get a couple of these guys going. Because we can't get the tree synthesizer yet. He's a little big. Not to mention all this. Like, we can't do data DNA sticks and whatnot right now, but... At least if we get the tree greenhouse, then we can start growing different trees. So, and I wouldn't mind doing... Trying to feed them, you know, better resources so we can get them faster. Then we can start getting access to, you know, some new logs and whatnot, which would be nice. But for now, we need to start getting stuff like ethanol and whatever else we need from that. Okay, so the other thing that's changed, there's a new floor. Along with more of these guys. These guys are everywhere. I've killed so many of these. I wonder if we can look at the stats. Mobs. Trader llama. I've killed 27 of them. Which means one of them probably walked off the island and I never found them. Or we're at an odd number. So, but anyways, up here is where we can start getting into different crafting and automating. So that's something I want to work on. So this stuff that's down here, just so I don't have to make another one, because we're not using a ton of it. These guys and all this may get moved up to that second floor, just so that way when I'm here, you know, you come in here and there's one row of machines and another row and another row and another row. They're all kind of just doing their thing. So we might look at doing something like that. Which wouldn't be the worst idea, because then we can start changing some things up. I think I should move... Yeah, he's just kind of doing his thing. But this current setup isn't the greatest for expansion. So I'm thinking we move him back here. Textures are backwards. I hate that. Ooh. We'll move him back here. There, and then we can keep expanding farms out this way. And then I was kind of thinking... because we can make a lot of item pipes. Just do something like this. Oh, there goes that block. Grab some polished andesite. Yeah, just more crap. All that crap can go in there. Okay. But yeah, I'm thinking we just do something like this. Because we can pull right from the controller blocks like we've been doing. We'll switch him, switch him, switch him, and him. And then these guys can sit here and just work on our wheat. And he can go back to working on the nether wart. So we want nether wart for good reason. One of these guys, I think it's not him, but him. Oh no, him. The first one there. He is turning all of our... What is that? Nether wart. Yeah. Into methane. So we have tons of methane now. But part of some of the stuff I want to start making these machines with is we're starting to get a lot of rare ore residue, raw ore slurry, molten ore mixture. We're starting to break it down now into the sulfuric and oxygenous minerals. So we want to start really processing that stuff down, because that's going to start unlocking higher and higher tiers of resources for us. Because right now our big one is we're trying to go after titanium. And that one I'm not 100% sure where we're going to get it from. But yeah, we need sapphire, green sapphire, ruby, and blue sapphire, basically. Oh no, that's the same one. Never mind. But yeah, these seem to be our best bet. Ooh. We get a decent amount. We can use the chemical reactor and the electrolyzer. Because 3 will turn into 1, and then 1 can turn into 2 more. So we can literally make infinite amounts of titanium with oxygen. And believe it or not, we have a lot of oxygen. Yeah, like 4,000 buckets of it. Hey, would you look at that? Our blast furnace has finished. That is awesome. So where are we at for stainless steel? Yeah, 1,069 ingots. That's fantastic. I think what we'll do is we'll put him in there. And we'll get him going on aluminum. We'll just let him chew through some of the aluminum we've got kicking around in here. Opal. Ooh, that sounds fancy. Oh, it just makes silicon dioxide, which we can turn into quartzite, which I don't care for. Or we can do the little bit faster method, I think, of getting silicon. Yeah, something to look into. Starting to get some more XP. The way I'm getting that is raw golds. If I put them through crushing mills, I get the nuggets of experience, which is why we're doing a little bit of enchanting. I was doing that because I needed him, Silk Touch. I tried a few pickaxes, got on breaking through on all of them, started to think maybe that's the only enchant we can get. So I'm like, oh, screw it, my nearly dead pickaxe, I'll throw it in there, see what it gets, and that's what gets Silk Touch. Like, oh. Alright then. Okay. So yeah, these guys will all start kind of processing through, doing their thing. We probably want to grab all the let's grab some upgrades. If we can make any more. There, I'd say that's pretty good. There. Probably want to put 2 of them on there and then grab probably these seeds. Start putting those in there. And then we could start exporting our wheat to start getting ethanol. Right here. So I'd say that's a pretty good crop to use. Get a good amount of that. So yeah, we'll probably end up moving all of this. Haven't decided yet. Oh, look at that. Caught up on our steel. I've been burning through a lot of steel lately. Such is life, though, with the Greg of the tech variety. Always burning through steel. But we're starting to build up on that again, which is good. We should actually be doing half decent on... Yeah, 1,500 steel. Yeah, we're doing pretty good right now. I wonder if there's a way, like, through an essence burner we can get steel. Probably not. Let's check. Mystical agriculture. Stone, coal, wood, blah, blah, blah. Life. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, okay. Once we get some life seeds, we can start getting some life essence, which is really good to see, because that's what makes the 4 blaze mobs. Aquata. Yeah, tungsten essence. Tungstate. And that'll start getting processed down. You know, more forms of manganese and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know. Have to start. I think it's going to be great to start getting into some of this. Yeah, tungstatic acid dust and lithium chloride. Cool. I love it. Platinum. That'll be a nice one to have. Platinum. Tantalum, moissanite. Yeah, these get our different essences, which are nice. Salt, saltpeter, whatever. Yeah, the big one right now is going to be the Certus quartz. That one's going to be a nice one to have. Moissanite. Dark little guys. But yeah, then we can start getting, especially once we get to ZPM, we get this 2.2.2 cryptand. Then we can start making lots of this. So it's not like normal mystical agriculture where we start going through and like getting a ton of crops and processing it all and blah 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 like you'd normally do in a typical mod pack. You can get way more out of the essences, but it's way harder to get the essences. Yeah, soda ash, triethylene glycol disoylate, carbon dioxide and all that. It's been a process for sure. It's not something that's going to be easy to do, but when you're dealing with essentially with essences that run forever, I'm curious, do we have to run? Yeah, because that definitely is not the way to go. But I think once we start making all the seeds, yeah, see, they don't all exist. Gold essence, aquata, sulfur. Dye seeds wouldn't be a bad one. But I think the first ones we're going to want are these guys. Especially because they're like the base essence that can make everything. Because like it gets pretty expensive for sure. So we'll probably want like 4 when we start making these mystical agriculture guys. We'll probably want to go with 4 of them. Which, as soon as I can start getting this kind of crap automated, the happier I'll be. Because then I can stop having to, like, manually make every circuit. Like, it took me, like, 4 or 5 hours just to make these 16 microprocessors. Which is, I get it, it's our first time getting any kind of circuit for Eevee, but, like, oof. Be nice if there was a little bit of AE2 stuff in the shop. Like a cable bundle or... Oh, that's kind of starting to become worth it. Travel anchor, range, teleportation. That might not be the worst thing. Put that on, like, whatever a primary pickaxe is, and then you just look at them and be like, bink. And that takes you there. Because we do have this staff of traveling. We kind of showed it the one stream there, where you just look at whatever one you want to go to and right-click. Not the most useful at this base, because there's only the 3 of them, and they literally stack on top of each other, and kind of in the very central area, but... when we start moving to the next base, it's eventually going to start getting so big because of all these big multi-block machines that having this thing around, it might be like set up 1 for mystical agriculture, and that takes us to the area that all our mystical machines are at. So, especially because the new core design, when we actually do like proper channels and everything, that guy's going to be all wireless. So getting channels around for that thing is going to be pretty easy. Okay. Trying to think on kind of what we want to get into here. It'd be awesome if I could teach it how to make up to EV circuits. That might be a little ridiculous. But we'll see. As yeah, eventually we're gonna get into like the supercomputer and stuff like that. That page we're like not actually really in. This is home base. So this is where we're at now. Multi-smelter? What does he do? Oh, he's just a glorified. Okay, he's like nothing fancy. He's just a glorified furnace, basically. Where is it? It's not power. Resource? No. Line of progression. So yeah, we're finally into EV. Which, yeah, so if we look at the line of progressions, this is where it's going to start telling us, like, how we can get into the different circuits and start tiering them up. So we know, okay, we can start from basically here, work our way up. That'll get us all the way to Ivy. But then if we want to go into LUV, we actually have to start here. Making these guys. This is the only way to get us into LV. So this is the progression line that we're kind of stuck at. Which I don't know why it... Ivy... Is that where we're going? HV... No, it's EV, then Ivy. So we can't make these guys yet. Which would be awesome. Because then we can make MV circuits for, like, dirt cheap. Advanced fluid voiding cover. I have no idea what that is. So much of this is just me sitting here reading this, and I always feel bad, but I have to... I, like, kind of have to learn... Third and last HV. Yeah, so we make those, and then that'll make those. So this is probably the cheapest we can do, but I don't know... Oh, we can start... Once we start making some of these machines... So I almost wonder if it's worth making an EV circuit assembler. I don't think we can. Yeah, because that takes IV circuits. Well, technically we can. There's nothing saying we can't. I just don't think we have enough. Because that's 4 circuits right there. 6, 7. 7 of our 14 just to make... that one machine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Epoxy. Just an epoxy sheet. Gold. That's... block of epoxy. That doesn't look too bad. It's this one. So we need 7, 8, 9... 10, 11. So we could do it. We could get to the circuit assembler. So yeah, we'd want a circuit assembler. A cutter. And a chemical reactor. Those 3, which all require being in the clean room, of course. So we could start doing that. Try to progress a little bit into the EV line, but we'll leave those guys for now because I don't think that's the best use of our time at the moment. Especially when we can start doing a bit of... So we can make those right away. And then we can make these. So why don't we make 4 of these guys for our base essences. And then we can stop burning that, just making bad return on. Okay. So 4 of those. Let's get some stainless steel going. We're starting to get a healthy amount of stainless steel, so I don't mind using or making more sheets than we probably need. Chromium, I'm guessing, is going to be... yeah, in you. And you're going to be a while. So let's throw you in there, get you going on some chromium, because we are going to need chromium ingots. We don't need a ton, but we are going to need them. Okay, let's make 4 machine hulls. Okay. That went through fine. I guess polyethylene. Let's grab a drum. And then here. Need the plate. I think that's what goes in here. Should be good. It'll be nice to be able to teach it all this stuff. Oops. Okay. There's the 4 machine hulls. Okay. Now we just need to make 4 pumps. Really? Wow, that's surprising. Oh, that's okay. See, the more of this micro crafting and stuff that we can get the ME system to do soon, the better my life's gonna be. Because, like, micro crafting's fun until you do it for the 1000th time, and then it's not so fun. Oh, we do have some rubber rings. Let's just make 1 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Electrum wires. Hopefully that's enough. For you. For you. I think we only need the 4. No, we're gonna need 4 more. Let's grab the rod. So we just need to wait for him to make a couple more of these. It'd be nice when I can get into the higher tier blast furnaces. That one's kind of a big one coming up for me right away here. But I kind of wanted to do mystical agriculture today, so I may come to regret my decision. Okay. Yeah, those are all HP, which we should have a lot of that. Yep. Ooh. What do we need? The pumps. Those can sit here. And what, 30 more seconds? 15 seconds. We should have 1 more chromium. Which would be nice. Nichrome. Oh, I did make a ton of nichrome. Holy moly. I didn't think I made that much of it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, we're waiting for that. Let's look at nichrome coil block. That's literally our next thing. Oh, that's why we haven't done it yet, because we need the vacuum freezer. Well, you know, just because we're doing it doesn't mean... Let's get him off of that. I'm curious how long he's going to take. Because we have Cantal coil blocks in there. What does he need? Nitrogen on 2. Oh, but he's an EV. Okay. We'll just get him on the aluminum again for now. Let him do his thing for a bit. But that is going to be our next step. Really? Editing the game won't be nice, and let me just put the wires on. Do we tell it I just want gold cable? Nope, we have to do it in the assembler. Okay. Oh, we do have liquid rubber. Okay. Let's grab our drum. Throw it in there. Okay. That's all we have. Okay. So there's our 4 greenhouse guys. What? Oh. 3, 4. Beautiful. So I'm thinking we kind of start from here. Something kind of like that. And do we power them from below or from the side? Do we think it matters? So if he's getting power from there, output, input. Yeah, sure, why not? Actually, no. We are going to power it from below. Because then we can put the next row right here. Slims down a little. Okay, let's grab our magnet. Let's grab this cable here. Everybody working through the rest of their jobs. Say goodbye to all that. Empty. Got you new. You empty. Throw all you guys in there. How are we doing for Skystone? Oh, we're doing great. My magnet not enabled. Oh, there we go. Woo! I thought we were about to lose that 16 amp converter. I would have been very upset. Those things are not cheap. The aluminum wire. Okay. Then we'll start putting everybody down. Macerator, extractor, all that crap. And maybe what we'll do something like this. So we only have to use 1 flux point on him. There's my wire. There's my wire cutters. Okay, everybody's got wire. I guess I probably should have looked at that, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Do something like that. Need more of that cable. Bring it around town. Connect them right there. Okay. So we want to make these 4 seats. This looks like it's just a compressor and 16 of each. We have a compressor. I know we had one at one point. I think it's one of these machines. It might be the in the MV. Really? I could have swore we had a compressor. Oh, right. I think that's him right here. Yep, right there. Okay. Maybe we'll make a backup of every seed. Can't hurt. One thing I did do... So I left the game running AFK overnight last night. One thing I did do during that time is I made a ton of diamond, Certus quartz, and gold skystone alloy ingots, which will help a ton with all of our like applied energistic stuff. So we'll probably come up with a decent little place to put all our seeds. I don't know where at the moment we're going to put them all. Maybe it'd be a good idea to make an ender chest. At least then if the ender chest gets blown up, oh well, just make another one and now we've got all our seeds back. So that might be worthwhile doing. Looks like after this we're going to have to make 4 high voltage. Because yeah, right now he's running off MV. And all our high voltage stuff is over here. Might have to move those guys. Or make another converter just for them. It wouldn't be the worst idea to give them their own dedicated converters. Okay. Fire, water, earth, and air. And then I think we'll cheat a little bit on these guys. I don't really want to use 4 individual export buses when all 4 of them are getting the exact same thing. So we know the universal pipes are going to come along here. Oops. Something along those lines. Let's make a bunch more. Universal pipes. Something like that. To our basic buffer. Each row is going to get its own dedicated import bus. And then we'll do something like this here. We'll swap all those guys to output. So it might be a little bit of a pain for the first one, but yeah, I'm kind of thinking we just do maybe something like that. Actually, we don't have to make it a pain. What am I doing? I'm making it a pain for myself. Let's just pick those up. Let's put them back here. 4. And then we'll bring that down. Put a little barrel right there. Put an export bus right there. And then let's just say you fill that barrel up with essence, please. And then what we'll do is we'll put one of our extra upgrades. We'll say, please extract, do that. Okay. Oh, good point. Oh, hang on, hang on. Oh, let's... Instead of a barrel, let's make some more universal pipes. Okay. And then let's make one more of those buffers. Because why not? Okay. So I think we need 3 LV motors, but I think I already have one in the system. Of course. Okay, let's throw those in there. Let's make our belts. 2 rubber rings. Our pipe. Pump. Machine block. Machine hull. Buffer. Okay. And the reason we want to do this is then we can also say, please fill me up with water. And then he'll get both items and fluids. And then our universal pipes can pull from there and fill them up with essence and water. I don't know if we want to put an acceleration card on him. Maybe. Let's just see. Because he should be able to put water and all that crap in there too. Maybe we'll help him out and we'll just top it up on essence for him. Yeah, there we go. That works. Oh, lag monkey with the flashbang. Although I think the audio might have been broken. Audio is always broken on that one. Oh, lost my mouse. Yep, it switched again. It's this dang monitor. 30 stream streak. Holy moly. That's insane. I love it. Okay. So we'll set the extraction. We'll let him go. Now these guys will all get filled up with water and essence. Yep, they sure are. So I'm wondering if I take the acceleration card, can he keep up? It's definitely not looking like it. Oh, maybe. Everybody's buffers were just filling up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, now he's good. Okay, so these guys are going to sit here and make a ton of racket. Forever and ever. Which one is it? That one there. Okay. So now we should be able to go look at all the essences. These guys are going to start nice, building up way faster than they were before. And then the beauty of it is when they run, that's their fuel, but it's only supposed to be like a 10% likelihood that the essence is actually going to be consumed every time it runs a cycle. See, it didn't that time. So that'll be nice. And we have effectively an infinite amount of that stuff from this guy. Because he's just going to sit there and make inferium essence forever. But then instead of for sure burning one, just to get all of them for 25% chance, as we go look at it, So it's a guaranteed burn 1 for 25% chance at all 4. Or for here, we can use their seeds, have a 10% chance of using 1 Inferium Essence, and we get 1 every time. So the odds are better, and it's faster. It's an expensive machine, but it was worth it. So now these guys can literally sit and run. Like, it only gained like 600 overnight. So hopefully now it's like sped way up. So hopefully by this, like by next stream, there's a couple thousand of each one in there. And then we can start really pushing mystical agriculture a lot better. Which will be nice. That'll then take care of basically all of our base essences. And then we can start making a few different essences and whatnot. We can start making like dirt, and then we have infinite dirt if we want. This will definitely be something we'll want to look... Oh, great. Quantum radon. Liquid ender air. Or uranium and plutonium. Oh, good. Plutonium-239. That's exactly what I wanted. Xeon gas and liquid zinc. I don't know if we can make plutonium anytime soon. Watch, it's gonna be like, yeah, you have to get it from like a nugget or something. Oh yeah, that's... Oh, so to make liquid... Yeah, so it's Xeon and liquid zinc. And it's gonna generate 56 million EU at ZPM. Which, if we tried to put that amount of EU per tick through any of our wires or converters or anything, you're gonna watch the whole base like light on fire. That is way too hot a power. Okay, let's dump all that off so we can have our barrels back. Throw all this crap in there. Okay, so these would be our bulk. Like, basically one machine, one job, just does its thing. And then we're going to have more rows of machines coming in that'll be tied specifically to the applied energistic system in the sense of the pattern providers. That's something like these guys here, like these enlarged or just regular pattern providers. We'll probably try and jump right to the enlarged, because we're just doing processing patterns. But these guys should be able to give us considerably more. Or we could go right to the extended ones too. Nope, that's an EV circuit. Never mind. But we could do an HV and all that. So essentially what these do is these guys will hold on to these patterns. And a pattern you can use to program it and say, okay, for every... If you put in 1 raw iron, you're going to get back 1 raw or 1 iron ingot. And then the pattern provider would sit on top of a furnace. And then what it'll do is it'll take the raw iron, put it into the furnace will cook it, and then it'll send it back into the ME system. So that's any of these processing ones. So that's going to allow us to automate all these machines. That's kind of our big importance, is automating the machines. So I'm excited for that. But these ones here are just going to do our, like, normal stuff. Like, we have no need for nether wart. So we're going to get him up and running again. We're going to say, hey, please put all the nether wart in there. And then this guy's just going to forever spend his time making methane. Because I don't care for nether wart, but I do need lots of methane. Why? Who knows? Because I'm crazy. But in reality, it's because I need chloroform. We have absolutely no chlorine. Great, that's what I like to see. Oh, we could probably take our... We'll probably have copious amounts of sodalite. Not yet. It hasn't processed any of it. So we actually don't have any. But once it gets through the 34,000 sodalite, we can run that non-stop and get tons and tons of chlorine. But we're still bottlenecked by this jerk. God, he's way too slow. I thought being like our first machine to be running at EV, he'd be like crazy fast, but nope. Nope, he's slow. Slow balls. Oh well. We gotta have, yeah, we got lots of coal dust. Alright, is the coal dust in here? Yeah, it is. What can we even do with this coal dust? I mean, yeah, we can make shit tons of resistors, I guess. Could turn it into carbon dust. Turn it into a few different charges. Use it as a fuel. It'd be nice if we could craft it into a block. Because then I could just run it in the solid blast furnace and have it... Well, I guess we could do ingots. Lately, I've been doing all of my steel production as blocks in here. But we could switch over to just doing ingots and fuel it with coal dust. Because, like, at this point, like, how much coal do we really need? Primitive ore processing, don't care. How come we're not getting regular coal? Oh, because we're refining it. Yeah, we do the macerator to crushed coal. And then that goes into basically just a generic ore factory. Which, surprisingly, doesn't show it here. But yeah, it's just making coal dust, not actual coal. Might have a little bit. Yeah, I got a little bit. But yeah, you can see my problem. Like, there was 14,000 crushed coal in the system when I went to bed last night. And there's still 14,000. Like, the one machine... I think it's this guy here. This one in the back. Nope. Oh, sorry, it's the void extractor. He is making coal too fast. To the point that we can't process the coal and refine it fast enough. So I think now that it's started doing coal, it's going to be doing coal forever. Which kind of sucks. But, oh well. Okay. So the raw needs a centrifuge, and the rare needs an electrolyzer. Do we have an electrolyzer up here? No, we do not. Did not think so. So we're going to start making dedicated machines for that portion. That's close enough. If these two touch, you're going to watch that block explode. And no, I don't want to do it even for the fun. Because they're expensive. Okay. So we need an electrolyzer. No, not a furnace. Not an elite electrolyzer either. Electrolyzer and centrifuge. Chromium electrum wire. Probably want to throw you in there. Okay, let's make another machine hall. Actually, we already know we're going to need 2 of them, so let's just make 2 of them. Okay. There's the electrolyzer. And then the centrifuges, they're always expensive. We're going to have to burn some more of our rubber. Okay, he's crafting that up. Let's grab our drum. Our gold wire we made a little bit ago. That guy. And we'll throw him in there. And throw all that in there. And then we'll just let him make whatever he can. We'll go from there. Okay, 2 electric motors. Let's do 16 magnetic rods. The polarizer. Okay, throw that in there. And there's our centrifuge. Okay, electrolyzer, centrifuge. And let's grab 2 export buses. Let's grab some cable. Probably need to make a bit more universal pipe. So let's just plan to make 16 more. Oops. I just made you small, tiny item pipe. Is that not what I just made? Huh, they're gone. I could have swore I just made 2 of them. Oh, now they showed up. There's something going on with them. I swear. Because it did it the last time we crafted this stuff, too. Okay, we'll run this down and along for our next batch of processing. Good, we're nice and stuck. And then we'll grab our universal pipes. And I think for now, just to make my life easy, we'll just put them all into that buffer. Perfect. Okay, you're the electrolyzer, which should get the rare. Yeah. Okay. And then you're going to get the raw. And then once he gets enough, rare doesn't need a circuit type, so we can set him to blank. We can also set him to blank. And then as they extract, so the rare is actually going to make more of the raw, and then he's going to process that down. And then he's going to make 2 more fluids for us, which is the mixed mineral and the molten material. Those will process down farther later. Because it's going to make, where is it? Molten ore mixture and one of the other ones. I can't remember which one it is right now, but we're starting to back up on the rare and raw from running the void extractor for a while now. Yeah, that's the other one, the mixed mineral residue. So the void extractor's been running for a while, so okay. Oh, nice. Okay, everybody here is all nice and happy. These machines aren't doing anything at the moment. But yeah, instead of just letting those fluids sit around, I'd like to start processing them, because at the end of the day, they are like basically infinite fluids. So rare is completely done. Then we need to deal with these 2 guys. The mixed mineral is going to give us these 2 guys, which he doesn't have a base, and he doesn't have a base. How about you? Molten ore mixture. Yeah, that's the one we can't do anything with right now. Until we get a distillation tower. And then it's going to give us all these crazy ores and stuff. Raw tungstate, Then we can probably do something with him. Yeah, tungstic acid. Yeah, so there's our gateway into tungsten and stuff. So that'll just build up over time. But we can do something about the sulfuric, which is a centrifuge, and your centrifuge. So we need 2 more centrifuges. Good thing they're nice and cheap. Just kidding, they're not. I should actually make sure. Oh yeah, we got lots of circuits. Like, they're not cheap machines, but they are cheap enough for us. Oh. Hudson's here. Hi, Hudson. Hi, buddy. Hi, Hudson. Mr. Puppy. Okay, let's make the other machine. 2 more machine hulls. And then we need... Oh, man, silver cable now. Oh. Another bot. Ban the bot. Get out of here, bot. We don't like your kind. Is there any rubber left? Nope. But there is right there. So we'll let him go, and then if he can make the rest of the gold cable, great. If not, well, then we tried our best. Okay, 4 motors. There's 2 more centrifuges. Nice, so he's going to turn the rod. Oh, we need... Whoops. I think we actually needed 4. Because the raw is going to turn down to you. Oh, we needed 1 more because it's the molten ore mixture we can't do. So him, him, and him. And all 3, those are centrifuges. Okay, let me go make 1 more centrifuge. I don't... Actually, no. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to steal that centrifuge. Oh. Do you, and do you. Oh, great. They're picking up dusts. Oh, please, please don't start doing random crap. No, please don't. No, no, no. Where are you grabbing materials from? Stop it. Stop it. How are you grabbing materials? The pipe says extract. Oh, it was glitched. Okay, stop grabbing crap, please. Thank you. Holy moly, that was crazy. Yeah, let's put you guys away. Let's put you guys away. Oh, yeah. So there's our rare and raw. So let's get 3 more export buses. I think we can do 1 more. Yep. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you're gonna get the mixed. You're gonna get the sulfuric. And you're gonna get the oxygenous. Because those are the only ones that we can actually deal with right now. Raw ore. We already have a raw. No, you need to be mixed. Oh, you picked up more crap, didn't you? sulfuric. There, mixed mineral. And it's just one bucket at a time. So, okay. Set you to blank. Set you to blank. Set you to blank. Okay. Now that'll take care of the 640 buckets. So it'll get us barite, copper, copyright, whatever, and bornite. Which do lots of things, I think. I have no idea. I don't know what they do. Barite, dust, probably... Barium's probably something important at some point in our lives, but... Whatever. We'll have tons of it. This one... I think it's the oxygenous one, yeah. These ones are a little better. This tantalite gets us into, once it's refined down enough, gets us tantalum. And tantalum can be turned into a particular type of wire, right here, which allows us to make a lot of different SMD components for cheap. Because it's literally a gallium foil and 8 tantalum wire makes 32 SMD transistors. And if you don't know what SMD stands for when it comes to electronics components, that stands for Surface Mount Device. So, stuff you'd see on PCBs on all kinds of electronics. But we use these guys to make all of our processors. You can see, like, it takes 8 SMD transistors to make 2 high-voltage tier nano processors. So that's a way cheaper method than the way we used to be doing them. Which is even like these transistors, because it takes the silicon plates, which are kind of expensive. Tin wire, that's whatever. But that only makes 8 of them. So this gets us into our same realm of components, but everything's just way cheaper. And then, yeah, he'll sit down and wait until he processes things down a bit more. I don't know why it's not picking up the fluids. Probably because this guy is so overwhelmed right now. Can a single acceleration card keep up? Let's see. We'll give it a minute here. By the looks of it, I'm going to say yes. Okay. I don't want to use up acceleration cards if I don't have to. Mixed mineral residue. Why don't you feel like running? What's wrong with you? High voltage. Probably because you're in the wrong kind of machine. You're supposed to be in an electrolyzer. Dang it. Well, good thing we didn't make that centrifuge. So let's just take him out. Ah, dang it. Picked up methane. Let's go drop those fluids off, and then we'll go make an electrolyzer. Eventually, all these machines are going to get, like, they're going to become kind of useless to us as we unlock. Because, like, eventually we're going to want, like, an epic electrolyzer to run all these processes. Because they're going to be so much faster. But, for now, we can only do so much. Okay, let's grab some more polyurethane. Where are you? Right there. Unfortunately, polyurethane is something we're starting to get a little bit low on. So we might have to take some time here and make some. Nope, that's the extruder mold. We want that one. Okay, we'll just let him make as much as he possibly can. The rest back. Now that we're getting ethanol, well, we still have to finish that, but once we start getting that, then we can start making ethylene, which is ethanol and sulfuric acid, which we have lots of sulfuric acid. And then we can start getting more polyethylene. Okay, machine hull. And there's our electrolyzer. So we'll stick him in there. I think that's what he's actually supposed to get. Yeah, mixed mineral. We'll take all that out. Set you to a blank one. Then we'll just throw that in there. Eventually, we're going to have to start processing down those materials. The chromite, the vanadium, that kind of stuff. So let's look at those. So chromite sludge. That one I know I can use. We can throw that guy in a centrifuge, and then he can make chromite dust and the rare metallic residue. Rare metallic residue, don't really care about. That's just calcite and silver. We have plenty of that. But that gives us chromium, which we can use to make stainless steel for our high voltage machines. What was the vanadium was another one. So if we look at our vanadium, I don't know vanadium dust. Vanadium gallium, HSLA steel. Or we can make vanadium ingots, which currently don't make anything, but I think that HLSA steel does. So we'll process that stuff later on. Right now it's just going to put it into drawers for us. And then, so he'll run, the rare earth is another good one, because I believe rare earth sludge, yeah, it turns into rare earth, which then we can start getting like neodymium and stuff. Do we need a ton of it? No. We do need beryllium, which is good. So these guys can kind of do their thing, and then, yeah, tantalite, which we processed a lot of the tantalite stuff earlier over the last couple days. So we do have a fair bit of that just kind of sitting on standby. Just a quick sec here. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, in typical Greg Tech fashion, there's a lot of crafting and a lot of different materials and stuff, and that's okay. We do the best we can. We got the chloroform, all that. Drilling fluid we seem to be holding up on. Okay. Nitrogen and oxygen, we've got plenty of that, but that's good because our furnaces all use it. Like these guys use nitrogen to cook faster. We should actually be sitting pretty good on aluminum too, yeah. I thought about doing, like when I was making all these machines, I was considering doing all of it with MV machines, because we kind of want all our high voltage stuff for our main processing, but I feel like I'll thank myself in the long run if I just commit. Okay. So now what we need to work on a bit is usage with these fermenting barrels. So let's get our polished andesite. fill in our floor. And then let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. Let's do 2 barrels. That will act as our caches. Grab item pipes. So item pipes will go in this side. Fluid pipes on this side. I guess we need to put a drum here, not a barrel. We'll use one of my gold drums, I guess. Actually, no, I want to use a steel drum, because the gold drums can handle gases and acids. The steel drums cannot. Not to mention I have a lot of steel drums. Okay. You guys are going to go like that. You're going to go like that. Then I need to make another export bus. Probably don't have the fluix dust, if I had to guess. Nope. Let's throw them in our jumbo macerator. He's a busy machine, but he's quick. Okay. Export bus. Let's make an import bus. Okay. That's my favorite thing about applied energistics, the fact that you can run multiple imports and out like exports and all that in one block. It's just great. Okay. You're going to take our wheat. I'm going to throw that in there. And you're just going to import. And then what you're going to do is every time you get 8 wheat, you're going to ferment that down into 200 ethanol. Actually, now that I think of it, that might need to be a buffer. I guess, yeah, let's just sit here, make one more buffer. Maybe not. We're going to make an MV buffer, because I have more of the resources to make an MV buffer, apparently. Which is honestly kind of funny. And I say that, and then I don't have enough Cooper-nickel wire. So I guess let's go make some more of that. Okay, let's just double check and see why. Oh, he needs to just be set to program circuit 1, that's why. 1, 1, 1, 1. Perfect. You guys nervous or something? What's wrong? Why do you not want to go? What's going on here? Yeah, you go. Mr. Export Bus gonna ruin my life again? Come on. You're okay. There we go. Okay, well, whatever. We have to do a buffer because these are going to fill up with biochaff, and I forgot about that. Or do I just be lazy? I vote we be lazy. Alright, you can put all your biochaff in there, and then we'll just make one more import bus. Which I'll have to run upstairs for that, because we have to make the Certus quartz. Good thing I just made a crap ton of that. Throw that in the vendor, make an import bus. I don't really care about channels. I'll just slap that on there. And now I don't have to worry about making the stupid buffer. And you still don't want to go. It's okay. You don't have to be nervous. I know it's a big day. You know, trying to make ethanol and everything. I get it. It's hard. Does that guy actually need... No, he's keeping up fine. He doesn't need an upgrade. But I think these guys down here do. There we go. Now everybody's happy. And we'll just help it out a bit. We'll fill up this barrel a little bit. Give the applied system a chance to catch up. I can't just go throwing around these acceleration cards all willy-nilly right now. I mean, well, I guess technically I can a little bit, because we made all that material overnight, but I don't really want to if I don't have to. Okay. So now we're getting crap tons of ethanol. And then if we mix that with sulfuric acid, that's going to get us our ethylene in a chemical reactor. Why don't we take that and that, and we'll just borrow... Which chemical reactor looks like he's not doing anything? He is not doing anything. Ethanol, sulfuric acid. That'll create a ton of ethylene. And then we just need to add oxygen to the relationship to make it poly. And then we're good to go on polyethylene. Oh, that might be why. Our oxygenist is coming down here. You don't need to do that, sir. You are free. I'm gonna have to start going through and checking all these export buses. It's hard remembering what each one is doing all the time. I was about to say, there's no way you're out of distilled water, but when the torch is off, it's running. Yeah, because there's like 5,000 buckets of ethylene in there. You're fine. Alright, let's roll that crap away. Let's check on our essences. Oh, yeah, look at... There's already like 1,000 in there. So in like, what? Half hour, 45 minutes? It's made almost the same as what it did overnight. And we still got 892 in there. You'll love to see it. Okay. So we want to start getting into a bit of titanium. Which means burning a lot of aqua regia. Which eventually will be a lot of nitric acid, which is fine. We have a decent amount of that. And then hydrochloric acid. That guy. Which we don't have a lot of him. Because we don't have a lot of chlorine right now. But what we are going to do is we're going to go through and we're going to figure out which of the sapphire, ruby, and green sapphire we have the most of. So those are sitting about 2,500. How about ruby? 2,500. Okay, so let's start with... Oh, that's an EV machine. Okay. There's no better way of getting sapphire slurry, eh? That's not what I wanted to see. How else do you get titanium then? Strontium titanium oxide? Maybe? Oh, that doesn't seem right. Oh, I just realized. That takes 3 to make 1. But it takes 1 to make 2. So that's not gonna work. Okay. Titanium. Okay, we're gonna have to start looking through some of these. Nobium titanium. No way we can get that. HLSA steel. That's not gonna happen. That's definitely not gonna happen. We don't have access to ZPM. That's not gonna happen. Part grinding is not helpful. Okay. Titan steel dust. How do you get that? Titan steel ingot. Oh, Titan steel, blah, blah, blah. It's just Titan steel dust. Okay, that's not gonna help. You're out. Okay, Nobium. Thacaloy. Words of Englishness. Yeah, I'm not too confident on you. Nobium titanium. Nope, I'm not really confident in you either. Because I don't think we can get this Thacaloy NQ-42X ingot. That's just a vacuum freezer, so that's not going to happen. Okay, you're out. HLSA steel. We need titanium to make HLSA steel, so that's not going to happen. Strontium. Nope, that's made out of itself. Barium, tin, indium, titanium. Nope, you're not going to help. Titanium oxide. Nope. Titanium carbide. Titanium. Well, I highly doubt it because it's got titanium in the name. How in the heck does one get titanium? Okay. Time to check the Discord. Oops. Alright, percent T titanium. Thank you. Okay, so in order to get titanium, we have to get rutile. Uh-huh. You don't know how to get bauxite or lemonite. Yeah. Okay. I don't think bauxite's in the... But we know rutile. Yeah, we were looking at this earlier. Yeah, the titanium tetrachloride. That's going to be our way in. Okay, so we need to figure out how to get rutile, which we can get from bauxite and electrolyzer. That'll give us a bunch of aluminum. Okay. Limonite. Raw limonite. Blah, blah, blah. That comes from titanium essence. Molten ore mixture. That's not gonna happen. EV, distillery, HV. Tungstate. Oh. Could do that. Lemnite. And we break him down until we get rutite. Okay, so it'd be a little bit more into it. So I wonder if limnite or bauxite is the better one to go. Let's see, bauxite. Let's look at 14, 11, and 33. Okay. Let's look at the 14, 11, 33, 14. And limnite is cheaper. And I think we're getting a lot of that molten ore mixture. Okay. So that might be our way to go then right now. It's like a distillery. Oh, and then we're gonna get metal mixture dust. Wonder if we already have some of that. We have 4. That is fantastic. Because that'll give us a little bit of bauxite. And a little bit of limnite. Okay. All that is what titanium seeds want to come from. Okay. So to make that, need a distillery. Okay, Canthal spring wire. Let's make an HV machine hull. We're gonna make a HV pump. Oh. What were you missing? Stainless steel rods. Interesting. Well, that's okay. We'll get her made up. There we go. Easy peasy. I can't wait for, like, a better way to make these stupid pumps. Actually, I just can't wait for the day where I'm not making the stupid pumps. Okay. We want molten ore mixture, which we are getting from the raw ore slurry. Which I think we have, yeah, we have lots of that. So I think at this point, he's literally just gonna, because we don't need molybdenite right now. We need basanite. We don't need sheldonite. So yeah, we set him to 4. And he'll take 10 buckets of the molten ore mixture and turn it into 1 bucket of the limnite ore. The return is not very good. But that's fine. We do the best that we can. So he needs to go to circuit type 4. Need to make yet again another export bus. And then put you in there. Part of me feels like an acceleration card or two and you might be worthwhile. That's what it said. Molten ore mixture. High voltage. This is a distillery. Molten ore mixture, yeah. We're at high voltage. I set you to program type 4. What? Oh. Are we seriously using all 16 amps already? Uh-oh. 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 Are you seriously not producing enough power? Holy crap, what is sucking all the power? Is it you guys? Holy crap. No, you don't use that much. It's gotta be you guys. Wow, I cannot believe we sucked all the power dry. How many stress units do we have available? Basically nothing. Okay. What do we have for neodymium? Not a lot. Electric blast. Oh, good. I'm glad it doesn't take very long to smelt that. Damn it. I think we can only maybe do one of these. Which gave us like 1,000 RF per tick. Yeah, which one is consuming like 16,000 RF per tick? It's gotta be him. No. 1470 minus 8. That's this one right down here. How many amps are each? Holy moly. How much power do you take? Oh, you're 0.7. You're 0.6. Where's all the power going? 3.8. 2.1. 7 amps of current. Jeez. Lapidary dynamos, maybe? Burn some of our diamonds? I don't really want to. I might not have a choice. Do I have cobalt brass? Yes. Gear. I need just gear. Gear, not small gear. Could be a problem. Liquid tin alloy. Thought I had some of that. Yes, I do. You, sir, make my gears. Cobalt. Oh, wow. I'm actually kind of surprised I had cobalt brass. I had a pain in the ass time trying to get cobalt brass the last time so I could make the cutter. cutters aren't exactly machines I like to make in bulk. And he's using like 480 EU per tick. Oy. What are we at? 2,800 diamonds in there. I know it's thunder now. Okay, grab those. Grab those. Oh, of course we don't have any steel. Let's grab that. Throw that in a bender. Try and see what kind of power he can make as we come close to dying. Come on. One more steel. Come on, we need 3 more. What wires do you need? Okay, we got our fluid tin alloy. You get out of there, you go. Come on. Don't run out of EU yet. Oh yeah, we're... Okay. Let's grab the tin alloy. Okay. Let's grab these plugs. And I don't know, we'll just throw them there, I guess, for now. You. Let's grab 3 stacks of diamonds. Start burning diamonds. It's only 200 RF per tick each. That's it? Holy moly, guy. That's not going to help anything. How long does it take you to burn a diamond? Yeah, that's like 600 RF per tick. That's not a lot of power. That's probably not even enough. Yeah, that didn't even make a damn difference. Lord. Well, you're back full of power. Like, you have a full charge right now. We gotta be doing something right. See that, we might have to make more. We could make these. Yeah, let's do that. Bronze. Let's get you on that right now. You start making those bronze gears. Okay, these are the 4 things we need. Silver, we need to smelt you. I hear another machine's like pausing. Soul infused and tempered glass. Okay, let's just get you going. Let's grab you. Oops, let's grab 3 tempered glass. We need to go to the fluid solidifier. Ooh. Okay, that's fine. We'll just use this. Oh. I don't like leaving my machines messy. Okay. That'll make our soul infused glass. We're smelting that. And then we got lots of all these circuits. Here's our bronze gears. Our soul Used. Yep, you're done. Nope. Okay, he can start making the plates, and then to actually make the stupid thing, need liquid tin. I might not have any of that, but I know where some is. I already grabbed that. Okay, you go. You're gonna make our LV upgrade kits. Okay, take the first one. We'll see how much of a difference that makes on him. That was a decent step up. That was not bad. That was not bad. That might actually make a difference. He's gonna chew through diamonds a hell of a lot faster. But that should help a bit. I think, maybe. Okay. Clear all this. How about an MV upgrade kit? No. How comfortable do I feel with the notion of burning diamonds? I mean, at the same time, what, like, honestly, what use do they have? And it's, you know, it's not like we're short on diamonds or anything. Okay, well, that's another 3,600 RF per tick going in. Is it great? No. But will it work? I have no idea. How are you doing? Still completely empty. What is trying to chew all the power? Well, I guess there's 26,000 RF just between those two flux points. Let's look at power. What can we do? Plasma turbines. Could look at doing combustion generators. That's only 512. Even the lowest tier has an energy. Oh, so it takes... Or where do we get those? Diamond and energy and blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't know if it makes it actually produce any more F per tick. Let's not worry about that. Arcs for short boost to maximum energy generated. Okay. Let's make 3 of those. That's bronze plates. They take 2 per, so 6 of you. We need 24 silver to make the gears. And then soul infused glass again. Let's just make 16 of it. Why not? In you go. There you go. Okay. We've made 1 silver gear. Look at us go. Okay, well, for every 2 silver gears we can make another one. Had me nervous for a sec. Oh, that's why they take 30 seconds each. Okay, that's fine. Wasn't a huge boost. Kind of sucked. Well, whatever. We're committed now, so may as well just make them. Oh, no. Yeah, trying to get exquisite rubies is always the worst. Honestly, trying to get any of the exquisite gems is a pain in the butt, and then when you accidentally lathe them... I did that when trying to get my first exquisite emeralds. Yeah, cutting just felt right. Yeah, I was trying to make the green, like the emerald lens for the wafer dies. And yeah, I did the same thing. Oh! Because I was so used to using the cutter trying to get the geodes cut down and everything, and then all of a sudden it went south. I'm like, oh no. Currently we're having, I'm having some fun trying to deal with the fact that we're running out of power. Oh, that's okay. We're getting there. It's just slow going with my LV ore washing and sifting setup. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, LV machines are very, very slow. But once you start getting into MV and HV, things start speeding up again and starts to get better. Honestly, at this point, like, once you make that push and start getting into MV and HV tier, things start really changing, especially when it's... Oh yeah, it shouldn't take very long. Once you can beeline it straight to getting applied energistics, it's a total game changer. But you need to be an MV to get into applied energistics anyways. So, as soon as you beeline it, you're like sitting pretty. Looks good. So I'm mostly in high voltage right now. Working on trying to get titanium for getting into the extreme voltage. So whatever machines I have that are running extreme voltage are just the ones that are able to be overclocked. Oh, yeah. Honestly, the only... Other than the jet boots, those ones are kind of like a big one to have. Buying circuits and different materials and stuff from the shop is definitely not the worst idea. So, because quite frankly, the coins, in my opinion, are... They don't have a huge amount of use beyond that. But if you can buy a good amount of LV circuits just to kind of give you that boost forward, then I don't blame you in the slightest. Ended up having to craft some since you can't use those for making the first MV circuit. Yeah, unfortunately. I thought there was a way with these ones because they use the AE2. Can't remember. Thought they had a way. Oh, that's how you make them. Yeah, they're just kind of a basic one, but you actually have to make the real ones in order to upgrade them. It's enough to get you through your LV stuff, but definitely not a quick way of skipping or tier skipping. I've been watching their Discord for a while now, and it seems like as soon as people find a way to tier skip and get into things sooner, they're like, nope, you're done. This guy still doesn't want to go. That makes no sense. Because you should be making molten limonite. Oh, right, we're still having power problems. That's right. Yep, cannot keep up on power. That seems to be my life right now. Yeah, these guys are all chugging along at full speed. And then we got our big neodymium coil over here, who's also chugging along at full speed. Still can't keep up on power. I'm gonna have to upgrade the stress units, I think. Oh, you and me both. Like, if I go into the processing line, I started doing it a bit more, but, like, I've made chlorine and methane many times, and I keep forgetting to grab buckets of it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. I keep doing the same thing, and then you go at it at a good pace. All of a sudden, you've made a whole bunch of stuff, and then you're like, wait a minute, I haven't gotten a quest for anything for, like, the last 2 hours. And you go look, oh, yeah, it's because at the very beginning I forgot to accept, like, one simple quest. And now now I gotta redo everything, because, of course, it doesn't want to count it. Oh, it's just so much fun. Oh, well. Actually, while I'm here, I should throw my buckets in there and just collect those two, since we mentioned it. Yeah, I needed methane and chlorine. I should have just enough chlorine. Yep. Look at that. All those quests completed. I really, really hope that they fix it in some sort of way. Like, I get it. They're trying to show you how to make these, but if they could just leave the check mark, because I've also done that, where I'll forget to hit the check mark, and then it'll lock out the entire chain, even if I grab buckets, but then I'm not paying enough attention, and then all of a sudden it goes south on me. So if they could just do a check mark. Like, do we have to prove we made it? See, like water. Never check that mark. But I've had water for a long time. Oh well. That's okay. Okay. What else can I do? I might have to make the MV upgrade kits. These seem to be the best way to go. Right? They always take away all the fun. I wish they'd just leave it alone. I'd love to tier skip. I love finding all the exploits and stuff. The only problem is once you find an exploit, somebody else has found it in the Discord, and then the Modpack development team is like, wait a minute, you guys found an exploit? Oh yeah, it's been a phenomenal pack. I can't remember the last time I've had this much fun playing a mod pack. Like, I enjoy playing stuff like all the mods and all that, but there's just something about Gregified. That's probably why we all end up playing it. Let's see, signalum. Let's need to make 3 pieces of the glass. Yep. Melt down the 3 ingots. Yeah. If I finish this pack and I'm still loving Gregified, then I'm excited to get into Gregified New Horizons. That's going to be the next big challenge. Hopefully at that point I can... Might have to look at doing like a server or something for that one. Okay, let's make some more tempered glass. Let's throw that in here. He can do his job for a bit. We're making the gold plates. We have the MV circuits. Let's get some steel going for the gears. I thought about Monofactory, or Moni Factory, or however you pronounce it. It was definitely one of the ones that I was looking on my list. So, it's more straightforward. Gregified, yeah, for sure. So it was one of the ones on my list. It was also kind of one of those ones like Gregified New Horizons. It's such a crazy, so in-depth mod pack that there's that big part of me that's like, oh, do I want to give it a try just to see it to the very end? Just to see if I'd like it, but you never know. It might be one of those ones where it's like, oh, I do like Gregified, but the grind is so crazy. I don't know if I really want to do the Gregified New Horizons, and maybe I'll switch over to Moni Factory anyways, because I've heard a lot of really good things about that mod pack too. Okay, I need MV circuits. Let's grab 3 of those guys. Grab some gold plates. Signalum glass. And then it needs 720 buckets. I only got to LV and Gregified New Horizons. You have to make 12 coke ovens, and I just gave up 12. Holy moly. That's just a little insane. Yeah, I've heard, like, Gregified New Horizons is an awesome experience for Gregified, but it is also very ruthless. Like, it's a commitment and a half to try to get through that mod pack. So that's why I'm like, oh, I might have to, you know, get some friends together to do that mod pack. I don't know if that would be one I'd be able to handle doing on my own and actually complete it in a reasonable amount of time. Because that's the big thing. Like, it'd be fun, but if it takes me 2.5 years to complete the pack, is it really that fun? Oh, yeah, for sure. The only downside is most of my friends, they like to do the, you know, the typical exploration and fighting bosses and, you know, that kind of modded Minecraft. So they're big on, like, all the mods. Most of them, they're like, you're playing Gregified and you actually enjoy it? What is wrong with you? Like, yeah, I know. But it's fun. That is one nice thing that does come from the Gregified New Horizons, is having, like, land and the nether. Instead of this, where you have to make the Stargate to get to the nether, it's just something you get right out of the gate. So that is one nice thing about going with the New Horizons. But, if I remember correctly, Moni Factory is the same thing. It's an overworld based. Okay. That's 3,600 RF per tick. If we're still running into power problems, which it looks like we still are. 14, 16, so we need about 30,000 in. 369, yeah, we're getting about 30,000 in. It should be literally just enough. I think it's even older than that. I think that New Horizons is 1.7.10. Like, really old. But I mean, I think that pack's been in development for 7-8 years now, and it's like still actively being developed. It could be 1.12. I can't remember off the top of my head. You might be right on that one. But yeah, when I was kind of playing around with it the other day, a couple weeks ago, it was definitely very old. Look at that. Another StarTech coin to add to the pile. So that's kind of why I chose Star Technology as my starting. Probably not the greatest textbook for learning Gregified for the first time, because it's my first time ever actually playing it. But I liked that it was a modern pack, and their Discord was super active. The development team has been going real strong. They're pushing out updates, you know, relatively often. The coin reward is kind of nice. If anything, I prefer the coins over here's just generic loot related to your quest. Because then at least I can choose what I want to spend my coins on. So, like, for me, I just saved all the coins I possibly could until I could get the jet boots. And then now I got Creative Flight. Yeah, it does feel rewarding to get something from it. But personally, I think getting stuff like the jet boots was way more rewarding. Yeah, we might have to take... Oh, that actually does drop them down quite a bit. Okay, there is an efficiency augment. Maybe we can look at making those. Yeah, these guys. Which is electrum plates, silver gears. Okay, so that's 2 per... Takes 4, 8, 12, 24. How much silver do we got? So let's go smelt up some more silver. Oh, no. Yeah, it's kind of dumb that they locked it behind the quests. Like, who cares? Because you have to get the advanced assembler. So, like, you have to... Like, it's not crazy high into MV. But still, it kind of sucks. Like, you have to make at least 4 MV circuits and a bunch of motors. Of course, I took the coins. It's like, yeah, you can claim it, but you can't have it yet. Oops. It's like, come on, just let them have it. Well, then, the quest reward that you get when you do complete the assembler, the advanced one, is going to be, like, the ultimate reward. Because then you'll get your jet boots. And that was probably the greatest thing ever. Because I'll admit, I've fallen off this island probably 15, 20 times. At least when you do fall off of it, if you land at the same level that you fall off of it, you always go down to 1 heart left. So it doesn't kill you, but it's still kind of one of those like, aw, man. You fall off and you're like, oh, well, I guess that's my fate now. Okay. Electrum. Yeah, it's whatever that mod is, Forgiving Void or something like that. So, like, it's great, but... So you know you're not going to die and lose all your stuff when you fall off the island, but at the same time, it still kind of makes your heart sink every time you fall off. So as soon as I stopped falling off, I felt a lot better about that. Okay, so we're going to have to wait for those. Let's grab the Electrum plates. That's 2 per... Oh, good. It just finished the 6 right there. So silver gears are going to take a little bit of time. Because, yeah, they're what? Yeah, they're 27 seconds each. So we'll grab one. There's a second one. Just throw it all in there. What's this augment called? The Multi-Cycle Injectors Kit. Oh, I appreciate it. It's something I've been trying to figure out. It's gone through many iterations, trying to, you know, make space for all the different sifting machines and whatnot, and trying to find the best layout. Eventually, I am going to move the location of my main base, because you'll notice the grass color is very ugly, and I'm in an eroded Badlands. So I want to move somewhere that's not so ugly. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Trying my best here. Oh, these are an LV. Okay, there's 2 more silver gears. Let's throw those in there. Efficiency, 103%. So we're actually gaining a little bit more power out of the diamond, which is nice. Have you caught up at all? No, you have not. Have you caught up enough for him to run? You have. Okay. So it's like ever so marginally catching up. Okay, let's throw it in there. And then once we get one more silver gear, there he is, we can do the final one. And then that should be those. Now, do we turn... Oh, we can just turn them straight into the MVs. Okay. The upgrade kits are the ones we can't change. Let's see. Diamonds. We're gonna burn through a ton of diamonds. Trying to catch up. Oh. Oh, that's a good sign. There's a little bit of a purple haze at the bottom. So we might be just...
Victory screech!
Woo! We're finally slowly catching up on power. The only downside is looking at the fact that, like, the buffer number is not really changing. Oh, no, that's... Oh, that might be the energy. 1.5 million. Either way, in order to just barely keep up on power, we're literally going to have to burn copious amounts of diamonds. Like, we are going through them pretty quick. Like, we've already gone through almost 100 of them since I filled this thing back up. That is not so good. Because, yeah, we're consuming 7.3 amps of high voltage there. And I'm betting this other one is probably close to the same. Yeah, 7 amps. And like half our machines aren't even running right now. So is it a band-aid fix? Yes. Is it a long-term actual solution? God, no. Because I don't think we're getting anywhere near enough diamonds out of the sifters at the moment. Let's ban that guy. We don't need spam chat in here. Because, yeah, I don't think off that one sifter we're actually making enough diamonds to keep up. Yeah, just since we looked, we've literally burnt 40 diamonds since the last time we just looked. And, yeah, we got 3 points. So we're, like, just barely. Currently, I am sifting via create. So the deployers, so these guys are all making cobblestone, sand, and dust. It's all going into the ME system, and then it's picking it up and putting it into the sieves. So these 3 sieves have the fortune enchantment on them. So it's been keeping up so far, but for now, I might have to look. The problem is these bigger seas. Like, I wonder if I do this, it probably won't consider the fortune enchantment off of it. But I might have to look at tearing all this down. Because it takes 40 seconds, but you guaranteed get 16 in the 40 seconds. And I don't think it can... Yeah, I didn't think it would, so it probably won't care in the slightest. But 16 every 40 seconds is probably a lot faster than this guy's going through, because he takes a bit to get through a single one. So yeah, going to the machines is probably going to be a lot faster. It was good enough to get it going. I do know we're still struggling on gravel. Yeah. Like, no gravel at all. So we'll have to probably look at making a few of these guys. The nice thing is they can wall share, which is really nice. Oh yeah, I could totally bump up the amount that I'm sieving per. The only reason I've been just doing it this way for now is just because they had the fortune on them, but if I needed them to process sand faster, I could definitely add a bunch more. But I'm thinking making some mechanical sieves might be the way to go. And I might, even just to help out with that, I might spend 8 coins and just buy LV machine hulls, because I don't think... Let's look at how many outputs they have. Sand is 5. And LV, I think, only has 4. But I could do 4 mechanical sieves and put 2 output buses on each one. That would correct for that problem. Because I can't see why they wouldn't be able to accept... Yeah, they could probably be... Any one of these blocks can be the outputs, so I could probably put multiple outputs on it. A somewhat primitive machine that can sieve automatically for you, relying only on some power to pump out massive amounts of resources without any effort. And only have 1 energy hatch. So I can only have 1 energy hatch, but there's nothing saying that I can't have multiple output hatches. And does this one come with the energy hatch? No. So I could just buy him, do the inputs and outputs through the shop, and then just make a couple, maybe high voltage. Wouldn't be the worst thing. Especially with sand. Because then if I can have it keep up with the amount of diamonds we're getting. Let's check our drawers. Let's see. How many upgrades? Oh, I do have lots of upgrades. It's a pity the dynamo doesn't take blocks of the other gems. True. At least then I can keep their buffers filled up a bit more. Oh, it's probably the normal, like, them getting in the way of having fun. You know how it goes. Okay. So if I put that in there, now it'll start emptying the vault into the wall. So at least if I do this, I can keep a better idea on how many diamonds we have. Because now that vault should start, yeah, it's emptying its diamonds. I guess we'll just do the amethyst and nether quartz. Because, like, worst case, I could start burning off emeralds as well. If I get to that point. Oh yeah, the like, super crafting, it's like the greatest thing ever. I set up a hotkey on the stream deck to do that one for me. It was so handy at the beginning, especially when we were dealing with all the different pebbles and stuff. If you're ever looking for a quick way to grab pebbles, this works awesome. You just put a nice 2x2 drawer in there, put some upgrades and the basic item collector, and then you just sit here, hold right click, picks up the pebbles, sucks them in, and then you can just grab them as you need. Super handy for when you're trying to make andesite and diorite and all that. That was an awesome idea. I got that one from different viewer, Sir Toby. Yeah, it was just so simple. You just sit here and hold right click, and then if you set up some kind of macro or hotkey or something, that can... The faster you right click on the grass, the faster the pebbles come shooting out. So if you use like an auto clicker that can right click super fast for you, you can get like thousands of these little pebbles really quick. So I did that. So they got about 500,000 of each in there, and it did that in 3 hours. I think. I'm sitting there, and my hotkey isn't the fastest. It's just one that I have. So you could probably fill it up even faster. But now I've got infinite amounts of each of the stone type. So whenever... This is my version of, like, in-game cookie clicker. When I'm, like, waiting for machines, I'll just sit here and click away and try to get the numbers up as high as I can. Do I need 500,000 of each one? No. But, cookie clicker. Okay. So now we can see the amount of diamonds that are in there. So if we set up an... Oops. Export... Just set them up there. Tell them, please fill me up with diamonds. Let's connect him in. So he'll start working on keeping these guys full of diamonds. I mean, at the end of the day, other than, like, the occasional tool, like, how beneficial are diamonds? And then, because the sand coming out of this is already going into the ME system, we should have... Yeah, we got 64,000 sand just sitting there hanging out. So let's work on that big sieve. Because he does not look too terribly expensive. We'll just make one for now. Okay. Bolts. But I'll make enough resources to make a few of them. Off stream, I'll figure out how many I need to... The first one's always the most expensive, but then once I do wall sharing, I'll figure out how much I can save on each one. Alright, let's grab some coins here, because we are going to buy this one. Perfect. As much as I'd like to use that tape on the sieve, I think what I'm actually going to put it in is this guy. Because this macerator basically runs non-stop. Okay, so there's some maintenance hatches. I don't think it actually needs them, but maintenance hatches are a pain in the butt to craft because you need all the different tools. So let's throw that in there. Okay, what else do we need? So we need to make some of that. So let's grab some copper. Make some copper wire. Wire mill, set him to 1. Yeah, I could do that. I'll probably even... I'm going to throw them in here. I'm just looking at which resources I need. But I'll throw them in the assembler, and then it'll be much cheaper. Let's grab some glass tubes. Oh, the maintenance hatch. What does it take when you're in the assembler? Oh, it's just a machine hull. Well, that's so much easier than dealing with the tools. Okay. Let's grab some steel bolts, some copper wire. Let's do 16 glass tubes worth. Because nowadays I don't really use that much. Yeah, I never actually considered looking at it. I usually just see this recipe and make it. And then I've always got MBT issues with this diamond chest where some tools don't like getting taken out. So 1 minute it's like, oh, you don't have like a crescent wrench. Or the crowbar. And you go look and there's like 4 crowbars in there. But even from the terminal, you can't take them out. Let's see, hammer. Yeah, see? Clicking. Can't take these hammers out. But I think it runs into MBT issue when it has more than one tool with the same durability. If they have unique durabilities, they're fine. But as soon as they have like a matching one, they won't. So yeah, it's always like, nope, you don't have a hammer. So I'm like, oh, okay, go make another hammer. And then after a bit, I'm like, wait a minute. And then, yep, nope, sure enough, I got lots of hammers. Okay, let's make some LV motors. He should be done by now. So we'll throw that back in there. What do you need? Tin cable? Okay. No problem. There we go. Yeah, I'm hoping that problem goes away when I get away from the diamond chest, like from the colossal chests. Because, like, you can sort them. Like, I just sorted it, but if you sort it, you have to leave it and come back to see it sorted. Like, there's just some weird glitches with these things. So I'm hoping that problem of, like, not picking tools and stuff goes away when I go to digital storage. But for now, all my digital storage is going into my fluids. That way the AE2 system can deal with the fluids for me, because I don't really want to. Okay. There we go. We got tin. Let's grab some rubber sheets. Let's make 16 of those. That's good enough for now. Alright. Make the piston. Just need a quick machine hull. There's our sieve. Okay. And now we just need treated wood frame, reinforced mesh. And then, yeah, the reinforced casing. Okay, it looks like we're going to need a lot of brass screws. Oh, I thought the extruder could just naturally do it. Yeah, I don't blame you. If you can get away from the colossal chests, I'd get away from them. They're probably fine for, like, other mod packs, but I think with the amount of, like, different things they have going on, I don't think it likes it. Maybe if it wasn't, like, a Greg Tech pack, maybe it'd be okay with it, but... yeah. So you can do that. I did find that out, but one brass ingot turns into 8 bolts, or 1 into 2 rods, and then into 4 and 4. So you just cut out the middleman by going with the extruder, but I think this is an MV recipe, I think. Yeah, so you have to get into MV to get to that step. It's okay, because I was doing low voltage for so long, before I got into MV and HV, I used to do it exactly the way you were saying, making the rods and then going to the cutter. And it took me a while to remember, no, just go straight to the extruder, make the bolts, and then I can go right into the lathe to make the screws. I did the same thing. Actually, let's just grab another stack right out of the gate, because this thing's so quick. Sometimes that lathe will do recipes super quick, and then 2 minutes later, it's like, oh yeah, it's going to take 20 minutes to do one thing. You're like, what? Why? Okay, treated wood. We should have a fair bit of treated wood. Yep, quite a bit. Okay. So I need 28 treated wood frames. Okay, 28 of those guys. And then we need 53 of those guys. So let's throw everything in here so it doesn't try and take that from my inventory. So if we have to make 54, we have to make 26 more treated wood. I guess we'll make 30. That's fine. Clicked a little too many times. And then we need treated wood planks. We'll have to make some more. And it's easy enough to make treated wood. We'll probably make a bunch of that right now. We do that. Grab a drum. Grab him. We got lots of creosote. Oops. And there we go. Now we have basically unlimited treated wood planks. Okay. So let's just make a stack of those, and then because we're going to be using this material up soon anyways. Yeah, see, there's the problem. You just saw it. Needs a hammer. Doesn't say at this moment that there's a problem with the hammer. Can't pull it out of the system. So now I have to go down to the diamond chest, go find it, grab it myself. By the way, I made 3 different dynamo types before eventually deciding the lapidary one is by far the best. Yeah, I'd agree with that one. I actually never made the other dynamos, so it's good to know. I just kind of assumed. I looked at it, the sheer output, and it was like half decent. So I said, okay, that's good enough. Okay. So we got 64 of those guys. Oh, we started out with the coal and charcoal one. I mean, at the beginning, it's definitely, there's nothing wrong with that, using that for power. Okay. Or, oh, need to make more of these. That shouldn't be a problem. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We're good on that. So that should be everything we need. Making charcoal isn't quick. So if you do end up getting into a bit more need a bit more charcoal, this is how I've been doing it. So just tree farm going around, puts everything into this. So I get apples, sticks, saplings, and the logs. And then it's just bulk blasting the wood and then throwing it into this drawer. And that's how I'm getting it's decently quick. Because if you do the 2 wide, it can do essentially up to 2 stacks at a time. And I tried using the gas dynamo, but all the fuels are a complicated process. Yeah, pretty much. So, and by the time you can simplify it, once you get into stuff like the distillation tower, those things don't produce anywhere near enough power for it to be worth it. Oh, and it doesn't use creosote. Oh, of course. Why would it? That would be so simple. There was probably a time when it did, and then the developers were like, nope, too easy, can't be done. Must get rid of the nice recipe. That's probably what happened. Or it just never did, who knows. Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Okay. Let's grab some slabs. And let's expand our platform. Yeah, we'll just put it back here for now. That's fine. Start with over here. Why not? This seems like a good place for it. Oops. Of course, one slab short. Let's just grab some more slabs. I don't like using slabs because they're ugly, but at the same time, they kind of just get the job done. So, it's good enough. Okay, so this will be mechanical sieve land. So what's the baseline structure? So if I build it 4 up, 5, and then 3, then I can place the controller down. 1, oops. Let's not do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 5, 2, 3. Put the sieve down. Here's my terminal. Oh. Okay. So technically that's enough to make the baseline structure, so we're going to need an input and 2 outputs. So let's do them here. Why not? Input, output, output. I do know these sieves, they can. So one of the full walls, you can do wall sharing on these guys. So generally, at least according to what I saw in the Discord, if you take the actual controller block itself, you can see how it says you can only have one energy hatch. It will specifically say in the tooltip if it doesn't allow for wall sharing. Okay, why don't you like the structure? You shouldn't care. Item inputs. Maybe it's just because it doesn't have the energy hatch. I can't imagine that it's actually upset by that. Oh wait, that's an input bus. That's an output hatch. I need output bus and input bus. Let's try going with 2 again. See if it's okay with that. Yeah, okay. So it's okay with that. It just didn't like that we had a hatch, which makes sense because there's no fluids. Okay, so all we need to do is just make a quick energy hatch. Probably, well, let's see if I have. I mean, even at LV, because it did its power rating at LV, just to kind of get it going for now. Yeah, that's at LV. Go MV, HV brings it out to 10 seconds. Yeah, it can definitely do it at MV. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, you go from 40 to 20 to 10. Like, even though I've got these LV energy hatches. Yeah. It should be able to take all of them. Let's check it out together. So LV, MV, HV, EV, I, L, ZPM. Yeah, it can go all the way to max. So, yeah, these things can get, like, crazy fast if you really want them to. Let's see. HV energy hatch. Do I have any LPIC wafers left? I do. Okay, we're just going to make an HV energy hatch. If I didn't have the LPICs, then I'd say no, but since we have them, we should have, yep, gold wire. Need black steel. I'm running low on that, but that's okay. We can always make some more at another time. Wire cutter set to 3. We'll start making those, and then we should have, yep, just a little bit left of the sodium potassium. Okay, and then let's just make a quick machine haul. We'll get that taken care of while we wait. There's our black steel done. Oh yeah, it's definitely going to use more power. But at least it'll get through things a bit faster. If I start getting, like, starting to build up a decent charge on here, I might just have to start shutting some machines down for a bit. Okay. Grab the high voltage coil. Throw that in there. And that'll be the high voltage energy hatch for that guy. And there he is. I might just do power on the back side. There. So now he's an HV tier. That'll be our outputs. That'll be the input. And then we do have some fiber cable right there. If not, we got some right there too that we can run over. Okay, that should make for a good sieve. And off camera, I'll make some more of them. Oh, that'll actually work out good that we have these outputs and inputs, because then we can get like a basic pyroloise oven. At some point, we'll get there. Take a quick drink of water. I say we'll go for probably another half hour. Okay, let's go. We went the benzene route. Yeah, I definitely have to start figuring out the best routes that I want to go. Let's see. Yeah, because that's something I'm definitely going to want to start going towards, because I do want to start getting into the better rubbers that come from it. That's kind of a big one right now. Oh, well, I guess I should, like, the plastics. The Bedenzel plastic, whatever it is. I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. How is the diamond supply doing right now? Not very good. That is not great, but fine. Okay. HV energy converter. Probably a 2 amp. I'll have to throw some more aluminum. Get some more aluminum wire. Actually, make sure I don't have any. Yeah. Let's just set him to 2, and he'll go a little bit quicker. So yeah, we'll just make a 4 amp energy converter. I think that's fine. There's our machine hull, and we'll make him. And then I'll grab one of my flux points. Actually, that one's already configured, so we'll just use him. Okay. So we know we're going to eventually want more of them, so we'll just plug them in that way. That's good enough. Okay, so he's nice and filled up. And then let's break a hole. We'll do something like this. Actually, there is one right here. Let's just bring him over. Watch, I'm gonna be one short. Oh no, I had exactly enough. Isn't that crazy? Okay, export. Let's make one of those guys. And then let's make 2 imports. We're going to tell him we want you doing sand. Where is just regular sand? Not suspicious. Regular sand. Okay. What happened to all my acceleration cards? Probably left them in some machine upstairs. Let's see here. Yep, there they are. I don't... Yeah, because there was 3, but I gave 1 to him. Because he actually needed it. Okay. So we'll give him at least 1 acceleration card. Structure formed. Oh yeah, I'll have to set the rest of the circuit. I just wanted to make sure everything was up and running before I set them. And then all he needs is... Oh no, I guess it doesn't. I thought for sure. I thought it did. Interesting. Okay, well that's fine. Let's give him a mesh. One acceleration card might... The acceleration card might be a... Might not be needed. Nope, it's definitely needed. It can't put a stack in there by the time within 10 seconds. Oh lord. He's also going to need one, and we're gonna have to make more acceleration cards. That is perfectly fine. I think we can manage. Okay. You've got one, and you've got one. Okay. So we should be good now. Yeah, without the acceleration card, it didn't look like he'd be able to restock a full stack within the 10 seconds. So by putting a single acceleration card in, now it's like too fast, but I'd rather it always have sand than be in trouble. So, and then initially out of the gate, it looked like these guys might not be fast enough. So, but I think I'll just leave the acceleration cards in there, like... Yeah, it's running the HP recipe, so it'll do it every 10 seconds rather than every 40 seconds. So every 10 seconds we'll get 16 diamonds. So at this point now, unless these lapidary guys all of a sudden have like a complete overload of power generation, they should never ever run out of diamonds. So yeah, you can see it's like jumping up. But 6,001, let's just say 6,100 is our benchmark for diamonds. We'll check it at the end of the stream here in about 20 minutes and we'll see how she's running. But if that's the case, then yeah, at that point we have basically infinite lapidary power, which is great. I love that. What other things is it going to make? Just because I'm curious. Lapis, emeralds. Okay, so the normal stuff. In fact, I think that's all sand is normally supposed to make. MV was 20 seconds, and LV was 40 seconds. So it went 40, 20, 10, 5, etc., etc. Keeps halving the time. Up until you get to a little past ZPM, like 1 or 2 tiers past ZPM, and then it gets to 0.05 seconds, and it doesn't get any faster than that. Because I think that, well, that's like less than a tick. So you'd have 4 machines for the same power requirement. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, that's definitely not the worst idea for sure. Looks like it's just hovering around 50 million. So I think with that thing going, it's probably... And it might be one of those ones where it's almost worth putting a second sieve in and running both of them at MV. Because, yeah, now with that sieve running, we are just not quite enough power. Yeah, I mean, even if I did 2 MVs, it'll do the same recipe time, because it'll be 2 of them at 20 seconds, but half the power requirement. So could do that. Okay, looks like we might have to upgrade these dynamos again. It's either that or I start making more neodymium and put in more steam boilers. The downside is I don't know if right now I'm producing enough charcoal to keep up with 6 level 9 boilers. Maybe. I do not know. Something to ponder. But yeah, we're definitely back to losing power again. with this guy running. So I might have to do... To be honest, I'm actually not sure. I'm not used to create low heated. I've never used that mod before. Let's see. I think they're called a burner. Oh, of course, it doesn't want to tell you. Shift for summary. Right click it with fuel. Requires flint and steel. Could do... It doesn't say specifically if it needs solid or liquid fuel. And I could switch it to coal, because right now I am gaining a lot of coal dust. This is our the ore processor sitting here. He's been running coal for ever now, going non-stop. So if I needed to, it's either that or I just expand the tree farm. I could either put a second one in or just make it physically bigger. Coal dust is the same as charcoal. Yeah, they're pretty much the exact same thing. It's charcoal, coal, coal dust. I think even carbon dust is the exact same thing too, I believe. Well, it hasn't even been 20 minutes. It's only been 4 minutes, and we're already up 300 diamonds than we were before, so we're definitely making more diamonds. How's the power? Yeah, it's... Oh, it's catching up right now. Bet you when I'm flying. Oh, no, it's still catching up. Carbon dust. That might be... For some reason, I thought... Yeah, you can turn 1 coal dust into 2 carbon. We got 26,000, so we'd be looking at 52,000 carbon dust. And I believe that it works the same. Yeah, it's being used as the same recipes here. I can't see why it wouldn't work. So, could be an option. I'm going to assume that it would work, but let's... So he can be used as torches. Ah, there's the fuel tab. So coal or charcoal dust. Carbon dust might not actually... It might be able to be used in some of the recipes, like the circuits, like the resistors and whatnot. But it doesn't look like it can actually be used as fuel. Okay. Well, that's a bummer. But, I mean, there's still 26,000 coal dust sitting there, and... I mean, at this point in time, I don't really need it. I make enough charcoal that generally I'm keeping up fine on the charcoal. The numbers would be higher, but, like, twice a day I take 18 stacks out and run a whole bunch of steel through the sturdy machine casing. I just haven't been right now because I've got 1,500-ish steel. Well, that's a pity, but that's okay. Plenty of worse things. Let's check out these guys. He's running good. He's running fine. Nobody's backed up. Definitely need to work on the gravel problem. I'm always so low on gravel. Okay. Let's look at the HV upgrade kit. Liquid glowstone, lumium glass. Which we have plenty of lumium glass. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to give these guys an HV upgrade kit. Then we'll take another poll on how the diamonds are doing. And we'll go from there. Oops. Gear. Throw those guys in there. coal to coke recipe, and the coke much better. Is the coal supposing it's 1-to-1 to make coal or coke from coal? Let's see. So there's coke dust. No, I think we just make the coke. There it is. Pyrolysis oven. So it is 1-to-1. Looks like all the recipes, yeah, 16 to 16. And then let's check its burn. There it is. 16 items. So technically, as long as you can keep up with code, that can work. But it looks like it specifically for this recipe at least, it specifically wants coal. Which I don't think I can get out of my coal dust. Let's see. Yeah, you'd have to make it, but the nice thing is I already have the block for the pyrolysis oven. Assuming I'm pronouncing that right. Sitting right here. And I could just make the AE2 system just do it for me. Right now, I've just been doing this. Which, yep, I relogged, so this is broken now. Every time I relog, I have to come through and clean all that crap up and make it work again. There's something... I was doing a different stream, and one of the viewers was saying that there's something up with these coke ovens. So this is how I've been getting it. But if I can start doing actual regular coke, that'd be much better. So I wonder if there's a way to make... I didn't see any kind of way to make coal from coal dust. Which kinda sucks. There's probably no way of doing it. I mean, I could send it all through an ore washer. So after it comes through the macerator, go to the washer, get purified coal, and then send that down to a sifter. I'd get more actual coal out of it. Yeah, it mines... oh, I had it there. What does it mine? It mines this. So raw coal. Which I could just smelt into regular coal. Which might, honestly, at this point, with how much of that crap I got going around, that's actually not a bad idea. Let's stop the macerator from doing that. We'll let it build up. So if you do macerate it, you get this crushed coal. Which then you get 4 out of it, but then there's no way of getting it back into regular coal unless you go to, after this point, send it to the sifter. Well, you'd have to go through the ore washer and then through the sifter. So, and right now the sifters are so slow. So your total coal would probably go down. But the amount of actual coal itself versus... Yeah, we're gonna... No, we're not doing that message. It's got another spam bot. So yeah, it would reduce the amount of coal dust, but would increase the amount of coal. Yeah, that might be the way to go, because then... Well, I guess these exquisites, and like if I start getting some flawless and stuff, like... Yeah, that might be the way to go. Okay. So then, yeah, let's do that. So we'll keep him in the macerator. That's fine. Yeah. And then we'll take him out of here. 'Cause that's where it's all currently going, is there. And instead, I have an ore washer. Where is it? Right here. We'll send him there instead, so that's 12,000 here. And then that'll get us the purified. Right here. And then from there, we can run that through the sifter and get everything else. And I should have a sifter somewhere. I can't remember if I made an MV sifter. Let's just go around. I think I made a high voltage. Yeah, right here. Okay. Mr. Sifter can deal with that, because that sifter hasn't done anything in like a hot minute. You know what? That's a good question. Let's check it out. So that's LV, MV, HV. Yes. You can see the numbers are going up. So we definitely want him on there. So now, let's check him in the ore washer. So he's doing this one with the distilled water. So that doesn't change. So he doesn't care. He's 5 seconds per. He's 5 seconds per. So these two will actually match each other in speed. They'll keep up with each other. Yeah. So it's definitely worthwhile running him through the high voltage. Because, yeah, if we run him at medium voltage, it's 4, 11, 40, and 57. If we go to high voltage, now it's 5, 13, 45, and 65. So the numbers just got better there. And then, as time goes on, I can start upgrading him to EV, IV, etc., etc. Kind of go from there. Also, macerating in high voltage gives the byproducts. Macerating the purified? Or macerating these diamonds. Part grinding. Yeah, that'll do that. Oh yeah, we could do that, definitely. Yeah, because right now, the raw is going in here. So the raw coal will get macerated. That's at high voltage level, I believe. Yes. High voltage energy hatch. So we should get all of his. So it's a macerator, it's just a faster one. And then after that, the crush then goes into the ore washer, turns into purified. So we get the purified plus a little bit of byproducts. And then you get, after that, it takes the pure, sifts it, gets even more out of it from here. And then, yeah, so we're maximizing the amount of, like, actual coal we get. And then I can start running that through the pyrolysis oven when I get that guy made to start making coke. And then I could switch these guys over to coke rather than just charcoal. Okay, how is power doing? 63. Oh, it went up. Okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. This method doesn't also... The pyrolysis will. But we have to get regular coal. So this has been the problem. The coal dust won't do it, but regular coal will. So as long as I'm getting the exquisite, the flawless, and regular coal, I can turn the exquisite into flawless. And then the flawless into actual coal. Not coal powder. And then that can go into the pyrolysis oven with, say, nitrogen. And that'll go turn into creosote and coal coke. Every 16 seconds it'll do 16 to 16. So it'll be way faster than to get creosote than what he can do. And we'll be getting a way better fuel byproduct out of it. We'll just have to do a little bit more with the flawless and exquisite gems. Oh yeah, by the time it's all done and it runs through all this coal, oh yeah, 100% gonna be swimming in it like crazy. So, and at this point, like, the void extractor has been making coal about as fast as this guy could process it. So I'm pretty sure we could leave these processes running indefinitely, and it'll never, ever run out. It'll always have coal in the system waiting to be processed. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially now that we're going to a slightly slower machine than the other oven. This 12,900 will start going up, and it'll be infinite coal. Like, that'll be it. We'll never have to worry about coal ever again. So I'm curious. I think it was, yeah, the cutter. So we could set up a cutter to do this portion automatically for us. If you're an exquisite, cut it to flawless. If you're flawless, cut it to regular coal. And then away you go. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into... Yeah, it definitely seems like it's the way to go. For sure. Look at that. More llamas. 2 more. I was checking the statistics earlier. It's the only mob I've dealt with, and that's up to 29 now. Trader llamas. And yet not one of them has had a wandering trader. So at this point, I am dead-ass convinced they do not spawn in this mod pack. Like, at all. Well, it's crazy. They keep spawning, but it'd be fun if there was a wandering trader. Because then, you might get access to stuff like dripstone and stuff, but I think that was their solution. Because depending on what the trader sells, could technically in early game let you skip ahead a little bit for stuff like dripstone and some of the different plants. So, in typical GregTech fashion, we can't do anything easy. Everything must be difficult. So the better solution is to just get rid of the wandering trader than actually do anything with him. Oh yeah, look at those. The essences are building up. You can lead them, but not lead them somewhere until you log out. Oh, really? One thing we were trying on a different world. So there's the carry-on mod in this. So you can walk up to them and pick them up and carry them around. Well, you can stack mobs on top of each other. But the funny thing about the camel is, until you tame the camel, you can't stack another camel on top of it. So what we were trying to do, because it would give the particle, like it would kick it off, like it's trying to tame it. So we tried it for a bit, but eventually gave up. So I'm not sure if it can be done, but we were wondering if you stack a camel on top of an untamed camel, can that camel that jumped on its back tame it? And if it does tame it, who's the owner? The other camel or you? And how does it handle that? So it was something funny we were looking at. I'm like, oh, that'd be funny. Just stacking camels, and all of a sudden you see the heart particles come up, and then before you know it, you got camels owning camels and all kinds of stuff. Like, oh man, would that be hilarious? Alright, let's do a quick little inventory on this guy. Let's grab all that. Let's grab all that. And our sulfur. There we go. Plenty of new dusts. And now our vault's nice and empty. That was my biggest problem for a while now, has been, like, how full this vault is always. It was always sitting at, like, 95%. So eventually I said, okay, enough of that. Started sending through these item pipes here, down, around, and up to the controller. So now all the dusts that it makes, like the copper dust, iron, mangan, yeah, tin, sphalerite, zinc, and then nickel, or magnetite, I think is the other one. They all go in here now. And then with the double upgrades, you can hold 32,000 of each one. I'll probably put void upgrades on them, if I'm being honest. Because, like, do I need more than 32,000? copper dust at a given time? No, probably not. There. Okay. So yeah, it's been half an hour, and we're at 7,445 diamonds. So we're doing pretty good there. Okay. We were in the middle of making this. So let's check on this. There's our 3 aluminum gears. Let's grab 3 high voltage circuits. Electrum. And then there's our molten lumium. Let's grab a drum. Oh, that one can't handle it. Drum. Where's my stainless ones? There's the stainless. He should be able to do it. Yep. And then we need the tempered glass. Let's grab 3 of those. Go over to here. Is that not how you make the lumium glass? Lumium tempered. Oh, it needs to be in a high voltage one. That is perfectly fine. Where is it? There it is. I have to grab that lava out of there. Pump up this lava. Nitrogen, oxygen, and distilled water we're still doing great on. I did shut down one of the MV distilleries. Okay. So we got the lumium glass. The electrum plates. So we just need 15 liquid glowstone. Glowstone. Okay, get those guys melting up right now. The lumium glass should be done. Yeah. And then there's our liquid glowstone. So as soon as it's done processing that, we can make 3 of the high voltage upgrade kits. And then we'll probably take out this one, the reaction chamber. Actually, we'll take out the fuel efficiency one, because right now we're gaining a lot of diamonds really fast. So I'm not too worried about efficiency. Alright, that should be all the glowstone. Let's head over to the assembler. I was so excited. I made a couple of these multi-block upgrade kits. And that's how you make, like, the large macerator. But I think the macerator is literally the only one that I can make. All the other ones require such exotic materials that I just do not have. Oh, those take a bit. Okay, let's grab the first one. Let's do some comparisons. So right now he's 3,600 RF per tick with 103% efficiency. Yeah, it's all like higher end, like carbon steel, tungsten, blue steel I can make. That one was fine. There was a couple of them. Let's see. Let's just look at the different large machines, wherever they might be hiding. Yeah, right here. So let's take a look at large. Let's just look at a large centrifuge. So you take your normal high voltage centrifuge, you right click it with the multi-block upgrade kit, it gives him the block. No. Titanium is high voltage. I think tungsten is even higher. But yeah, for instance, so you take this large centrifuge, and then you're like, oh, okay, we'll just make the multi-block. Oh, what's Tumbaga? What the heck is that? Never heard of that. So then you start looking at it, and it's... Actually, this one's not bad. Tumbaga's pretty cheap. But some of these large machines... Let's see, large... Yeah, the electrolyzer was one of them that I wanted. Which is him. Well, he takes beryllium, which is a more fancy material and stuff like that. So I like got all excited thinking I could make all these different machines, and then they're like, nope. Let's look at tungsten and see where that gets us, because I am kind of curious. Ah, tungsten is ivy. So it goes titanium and then tungsten. There's a lot of these IV and ULV machines. Yeah. So start making like tungsten plates. Tungsten grinding head. Yeah. So IV electrical. So tungsten steel. So tungsten and steel. Who would have figured that one? But yeah, that's looks like tungsten is tier 5. But yeah, it's just like all these crazy materials. Okay, so if we take him out, he drops to 2400 and he goes up to 150. We put him in. Aha. Oh. So now he really chews through diamonds. But now he's 7200 RF per tick. Or we drop him in. And he's 4800, but then he's 115% fuel efficient. So you gain 25% more power out of the diamond with 4800. So I think for now, let's put the 3... Oh, I guess they're already done. Upgrade. What are they? HV. Okay, so we put him in. Put him in. So now we should be... Oops. Definitely gaining on power. Oh yeah, you can see that number just skyrocketing now. So that's doing pretty good. Okay, so we're at 7,800 diamonds. We'll keep those on us. Throw this all away for now. I don't need that in my backpack. Because we can't even put these... Like, I have these generator and coils just sitting here, but I can't put them on because I don't have enough stress units to handle them. Alright, so we know it's 7,800, so we'll check that in a few minutes here. How are we doing for stress units? Yeah, the 590,000. We only have 13,000 left. And I do know, when you look at this, so here's the blue ring, one coil. It's 30,000 stress units to do one of them. And then if you do the neodymium, it goes up to almost 80,000. So I bet you if you turn this off for a second, yeah, like 510,000 stress units are just going to spinning him. That's insane. Too much, too much, too much. Yeah, it looks like you're running fine. How's our sand doing? 51,000. So it's dropped 14,000 sand in the last little bit here. So let's look. So I know these large sieve cobble works are pretty good, except making them is very expensive. So that's not going to work so well for us. So it looks like just doing regular create crushing wheels might be the way to go. I think I have a decent amount of remaining crushing wheels. Yeah, I still got 16 of them. So I could do that. Take all this apart. convert this area, because I don't need any of this anymore. Now that I know a better way of getting clay, my aluminum maker, plus there's 9,000 aluminum in there, so it's fine. So I can get rid of this whole machine. And then use this area, instead of trying to be the converter and the sifter together, I could turn this whole area into a bulk gravel, sand, and dust maker. Not really needing to go heavy on the dust, but sand and gravel for sure. And then, instead of using the volts and all that kind of stuff, just have a bunch of these guys running at high voltage to gather all the materials. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, so I think that's going to be my plan between this stream and the next stream, is rebuild this area to do bulk material gathering, and then set up a couple more sieves to run all our stuff. So it's every 5 blocks. 4, so that's where the next one's going to sit. 2, 3, 4, that's where the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, nice. So we can fit 3 more, which would be really good. Because one thing I'd like to get going at some point is crushed blackstone. And then after that, that's the 4 sieves right there. We only need 4. Because then I can get galena and stibnite. Not that I need a lot of it, but I do need a bit of antimony. Because I think the antimony... Yeah, that's what I'm using. Yeah, both silver and then soldering alloy. Battery alloy I don't care about. But having the lead and antimony for the soldering alloy would be nice. Yeah, and the void extractor, one of its outputs is also silver. So you get your golds, which you can get silver from, and then actual silver. So right now, like, I get 12,000 crushed silver waiting to be processed, and I still got almost 3,000 silver dust just hanging out. I haven't done that yet, mostly because I don't have... Right now, I don't have a good source of mercury. I think I have a little bit. Yeah, I get 300 buckets. Ore treating. Oh yeah, it looks like you get a... Yeah, I think that's how I was doing that earlier because I was looking for ruby dust. So I was centrifuging redstone for quite a while. So that'd be a good source for sure. Yeah, because at this point, like, I get redstone for free. So it doesn't hurt to get more of it. I wonder if that would help the coal. Let's look that up while we're here. There's the crushed coal. Let's go to the ore washer. No, it looks like mercury doesn't care. Oh, from terra firma, Greg. Okay, that is like next level craziness. Because Greg Tech on its own is already enough, and then you mix that with terra firma craft. Now you're just crazy. That's crazy. I give you full props for committing to doing terra firma, Greg. How was it? Was it pretty difficult, or was it not too bad? I remember there was a Modpack. I can't remember what it was called at the moment. Oh, you did get to Ivy. Nice. I'm sure that was a challenge and a half. Yeah, there was one terra firma punk. Maybe they mixed like your kind of typical modded Minecraft with terra firma craft, and that alone was like, holy moly. Okay, mercury. Chemical reactor, don't care. Ore treating. We're gonna do galena. past year or so, a lot of changes were made to Terraform and Greg. A lot of nerfs. Oh, yeah. They probably took all the easy ways that made it fun and just made you have to do it all the hard ways. Really? Benzene isn't a fuel anymore? What the heck? That's kind of crazy. Silver, platinum. Crushed nickel ore. Ooh. I hate making platinum. Oh, I don't know if I get nickel ore. They were at a replacement fuel, only obtained in air. Yeah, of course. They're like, here's a great solution. And meanwhile, you as the player are like, no, it sucks. Why'd you have to do me like that? Oh, dang, I don't get... Crushed nickel ore. How do I get crushed nickel ore? Well, probably just from nickel, which has to wait until I get the essence. Oh, man, that'd be great. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, even Star Trek is... Like, I watched... When I was originally looking at this pack, I was watching some of the YouTubers doing different playthroughs and stuff on it. One of them was DeJojo the Awesome. And some of the stuff that he was doing... And he's like, oh, here's a quick loophole, and... Oh, I was able to tier skip this way, that way, blah, 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 blah. I go to do it when I'm doing this playthrough, and nope. Half of it don't work no more. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, why? Yeah, it doesn't overly matter. The downside that it does come from is, say you have a group of older players. They've beaten the pack. They're considered, quote unquote, the legends or whatever you want to call it. And then the new people come in, and the mod pack's updated. The older players haven't played it for a bit, but they still remember it like the back of their hand because you get so committed into Greg Tech that you're there for a while. When the new players go to ask them questions, yeah, you can't give very good advice because you think, oh yeah, just do it this way, and then the new player's like, oh, it doesn't work like that, and then you as the older player are like, it should. Yeah. So that's why I was kind of thinking Greg Tech New Horizons, because I'm assuming at least early to mid-game should be pretty unaffected for the last little while. It should be mostly end-game that they're working on at this point. So that's why I was considering it. But, it's one of those onesies. The beautiful thing is having access to, like, StarTech's Discord. And you just go in there, make a quick post, ask a question, this, that, and the other thing, and then people who are actively playing the pack, or even the developers themselves, are like, no, this is how you do it, away you go, everything's good. But it kind of sucks for the older players that have already done it, because they no longer have up-to-date, or if you want to call it valid knowledge. Yeah, and like you were saying earlier, the fact that it's an older pack is definitely one of those ones where I'm not 100% sure if I like it. Just because I am so used to modern Minecraft. I haven't played 1.7 in so long, so there is that part of me that's like, do I really want to? It is older. So that's why, like your suggestion, the Nami Factory was another one that I was looking at. But that's all... assuming that by the time I'm done Star Technology, I'm not like, you know what, I never want to see Greg Tech again in my life. But so far, I can almost guarantee that that's not going to be the case, because I am loving every minute of it. But you know how they say, every Greg Tech player bitches about Greg Tech. And then everybody's like, why do you do that to yourself? I'm like, I don't know. See, why... Okay, from my point of view right now... This Quep chat... Oh, there it is. The greenhouse. I was like, This quest chapter should be done, but nope, there's one more. Do I have fertilizer? Ashes and calcium. Should have lots of ashes. And how about calcium? Yeah, we got lots of calcium. Okay, let's grab a drum. And we're going to finish this quest chapter together. Whoop, not that. There's my water. Okay, let's go to the large chemical... Nope. Yeah. Of course that chemical reactor is being used. Do I have any more that are not? I think the ones upstairs aren't being used right now. Oh. Let's clear him out. Let's throw some water in there. Start getting some fertilizer out of him. Oh, I know there's a polarizer, but let's get her done. Okay. Then let's make another machine hull. I've only made enough of those in my life. And an iron axe. But a Gregified iron axe. There we go. Industrial Revolution is complete. Now it's this crazy nonsense. And you see stuff like this, like moving... I find any quest book, when it has a moving texture that looks like crazy fancy, then you know it's going to be a hard chapter. Red steel. Let's check that out. Ooh. Oh yeah, you compare that. That's like better durability than netherite. And I might even actually have some red steel. I think I've made that so far. Yep, I got a little bit of red steel. Let me guess. Electric blast furnace. Oh, my good. Oh. Yep, both these blast furnaces are not doing anything, so you two work on that. And then when this pickaxe dies, we'll have plenty of red steel sitting there, hanging out, ready to go. Okay, let's grab that. Let's clear out that water. There, those machines are nice and empty. Alright. I don't know if I'm going to use this greenhouse. Well, the tree one is kind of nice to have. I'll probably use these greenhouses at some point, because they are considerably better than these guys here. So. Well, I think... Actually, real quick, we'll take 86, and we were at, what, 76 a bit ago? So at our current rate, we are definitely profiting more diamonds than we're using. And our basic flux storage is just a little bit over halfway full. So I'd say it's a band-aid fix, but it's a good enough fix that we can kind of keep running the course. It doesn't help when like all these machines are up here running like all the time. Like 7 amps of high voltage is a fair bit of power. But I think that's doing pretty good. So it's enough that later tonight and tomorrow I can work on it, and I'll probably end up making another dynamo or two. Or expanding the crate. Or who knows? We'll figure that out. But for now, we've got power. Why, thank you. But yeah, I think this is where I'm going to wrap it up. So we're just hitting the 4-hour mark. So I think this is where we'll call it for stream for today. We'll be back again on Wednesday for the next stream of Star Technology. So I'm excited. Maybe we'll spend a bit more time doing a bit more mystical agriculture like we started with this stream. Figure out something to do. Should be a good time. Why, thank you for the follow. That is awesome. Thanks so much, Button. I always appreciate it. So hopefully we'll see you around for that stream. I'm definitely excited to keep going on this mod pack. So, and I'm hoping to hoping to hear all the progress that you're making as time goes on and as we keep playing. So you'll have to keep me up to date on how your base is going. So I always love hearing about other people's bases and how far they've gotten. So yeah, I think that's it for me for today. So we'll chat with everybody the next time. Thanks again for the follow, and we'll see everybody later. Have a good one.